Google Forms. This will go first. And live in-game questions from attendees as time allows it. The moderator will screen and select audience questions to ensure quality, relevance, and fairness. The rules for the debate are as follows. Each candidate will be given 1 minute and 15 to respond to a question, 1 minute and 50 seconds if they are non-voice, meaning they're typing their response in chat. The moderator or the panel may ask follow-up questions if clarification or expansion is needed. Candidates will be given up to 45 seconds to respond to each follow-up, 1 minute and 15 for non-voice participants. Candidates may request a rebuttal if they are directly mentioned or if they believe their stands have been misrepresented. If you would like to raise a rebuttal, please ping me on the Discord or send me a DM, whatever works. I think that goes for the rules. Good luck, and let's start with this debate. I will start this debate by asking Sophia 2750. The question is, sorry, we do have to hold on for a moment. I've just been technical concerns. Oh, never mind. Sorry about that. I will now continue ask the question to Sophia 2750. If you campaign for news companies to disclose authors, what would this how would this policy work? You will now be given 1 minute and 50 seconds, if I am not mistaken. Your time starts now. Uh, okay. Candidate Sophia 2750 has raised their answers. I will now read them to everyone on stream and on the stage VC. The policy would work by requiring the news companies to list their authors at the bottom or top of a news article. This will ensure that we know who is writing the news and who should be blocked from the number one by posting AI slop. I do have to state that the time for Sophia is now up. I'll now go to the next candidate. Now go over to the next candidate, Casey LaFay.
When people spread diseases, that's annoying, obviously, and so we don't actually have it as a part of the punishment to mandate treatments for infectors, and that just makes sense as a punishment. While increasing like the other punishments like jail time and fines is like a way to like discourage people from spreading it. Actually curing the diseases is a way to stop it. And I know that the DHS and DOH have been attempting to do this. There's been some issues with how they've been doing it, but I'd like to see a more polished way of doing it, which doesn't violate any rights. And yeah, it's just a public health risk to have people spreading contagious diseases. So I feel like it's pretty common sense that people should be cured if they have contagious diseases. I'm not sure I have much else to say on that. If you need any clarification, then
All right. Thank you for that answer, Casey LaFay. We'll now go to. I will delay my question to PepeQ for the reasons that I need to take a cup of water. But I'll read the question in 10 seconds. The next question for this time, PepeQ. My question is: you are currently a member of the board of directors for the exchange. As a representative running for both Senate and House of Representatives, if I am correct, will this affect your vote within financial regulation? I'll give you again a delay of 10 seconds. So just you could write a better response. This will also be the same policy for other candidates moving forward, non-talking candidates moving forward. Your 1 minute and 50-second timer will now start. I will now read the question from current Representative PepeQ. Yes, I am running for both representative and senator on this term. On the question of terms of on the question on the exchange, I've always believed in reasonable responses in terms of finance regulation in order to benefit the people, as shown when I was previously representative twice while I was a member of the board. I do have to inform the current representative PPQ that they only have 10 seconds. Your time is now up. I will read your final question. I had advocated against the Federal Reserve Board's decision that did not make sense to the common people. Thank you. Moving forward, I've now disclosed the question to non-speaking contestants in in-game chat. I'll also extend the timer from 1 minute 50 to 2 minute 30 for non-speaking members, candidates. I'd like to pause that. I will now ask a general question, of which I will go from left to right in terms of responses. I'll now read the question. Many have included increased government transparency in your campaigning points. But can each of you clarify on your specific, tangible approaches to improve transparency? We'll start on current Senator Casey LaFay. What will be your response to that question? Your 1 minute and 15 seconds will start now.
All right. So I've actually been working on this, right? So confirmation hearings. I feel like it's important to ask questions in confirmation hearings, not just for yourself or for your own interest, but for so that the citizens can understand like why that these are good appointments. You want to be transparent about the reasons that these people are worthy for office. Um and another transparency effort I'm supporting is I would like for each department to have a public guide for like that contains what their commission is for each kind of thing. I wouldn't like do this forceful act upon them. I would like to discuss the viability of this first, but I feel like this is a goal that we can work towards, and um it's just easier for the common citizen to find, oh, they're paying this much for for so and so, rather than just going through the department like budget spending. It's just a lot more accessible to people.
Your time is up. Would like to ask voice speaking candidates starting from like to inform speaking candidates that if you would like to yield your time, please do inform the moderators if you do intend to yield your time. Okay. Let's move on to the next candidate, Sophia 2750. What is your response? You'll be given 2 minutes and 30 seconds to respond to the question, of which I will read again. Give me a moment. Sophia 2750. Many have included increased government transparency in campaigning points, but can each of you clarify on your specific tangible approaches to improve transparency? Your 2 minutes 30 seconds will start now. I will now read Sophia 2750 has now yielded their time. I will now read their answer to that question. I'm not running on government transparency, as I'm not qualified to change that. Instead, I choose to run on topics like healthcare and electoral reform, where I have personal experience. Although I trust that everyone running here on it has good plans. I'll now move over to current Representative Pepeque. You will now be given again 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I will reread the question for you. Many have included increased government transparency in your campaigning points, but can each of you clarify on your specific tangible approaches to improve transparency? Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds will start now. I'll now read the response from Representative Pepe, and as she has yielded her time, I'll now start reading their response. Some ways I would like to implement in order for more government transparency. I would like to fix shortfalls in existing law, such as the government reporting in the budget channel, which lacks enforcement of reporting fines, which are just as important as unfines when it comes to seeing the full picture. Additionally, I would like for each department to, if feasible, hold mini Meet the People sessions where they can talk to the people they are affecting and see if any questions can be answered, which will help the people put their trust in our government. And that is their response. We'll now move to InkNet. I will also give you 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I will reread you the question. Many have included increased government transparency in campaigning points. But can each of you clarify on your specific tangible approaches to improve transparency? Your timer will start in a few moments. Your timer starts now, 2 minutes and 30. I will now read the statement from InkNet while we still wait for his further response. Government needs a standardized protocol for procedures, but for fairness and security reasons, government should disclose specific cases or operation. Personally, I find that the current government manages things well, although some departments are lacking infrastructure. I would like to ask InkNet if they would like to yield their time. Oh, sorry about that. I will now read InkNet's statement. Please give me a moment. Citizens should have the right to demand information if it concerns them and it does not disturb someone else's privacy. InkNet has now yielded their time. I'll now move the question to our to 1950 Minecrafter, who will respond to our questions in the Stage VC chat. I will give you again 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I will reread you the question. Many have included increased government transparency in your campaigning points, but each of you clarify on your specific tangible approaches to improve transparency? Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds will now start. Again, I would like to state to the audience that 1950 will state his response on the Stage VC chat. I will again, as the candidates currently in game, will read it to the stream and to the people who are in Stage VC. While we wait for 1950's response, I would like to say to people who are watching here, who are currently watching this debate on the live stream, to fill out our form. Fill out our form if you want to raise questions to the candidates. The link to the form is trtn.link/ask. Again, if you want to ask questions to our candidates here at the Senate, feel free to ask them on trtn.link/ask. Although we will allow players currently in Stage VC to raise questions after we read out questions from the Google Forms. I'd like to state to the to 1950 that you only has a minute left to respond. I'd like to inform to 1950 that their time is up. Um, I'll now read their question. Sorry, I will now read their response from Discord chat in Stage VC. I think I've already proven how I think transparency can be increased and how important it is for democracy, as seen in my recent presidential term. And that's what I want to bring to the Senate. My measures to increase transparency are simple. Number one, increase in-game press conferences at the Senate sector of the Capitol, make more congressional channels public, and mandate that Congress members must reason their votes, whatever they be. Um, that will be 1950's answer. Um, I'll now go to the next question. Please give me a moment while I prepare my timer app. Next question is directed to Sophia2750. The question is, during your campaign, you have proposed for a mandatory Medicare. What was your reason on adding this to your policies? Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds will now start. Um, I would like to ask for a short break to the technical team. We will read Sophia's questions in a few moments. I will inform Sophia if she overlaps her time, but I would just like to ask the technical staff for a quick technical break on stream. Hello, we are now back. Hello, viewers. We are now back from the stream. I apologize for that tech pause. We had issues with audio. I'll now read the response from Sophia. I'll now read Sophia's response. My reason for adding mandatory Medicare to my platform was because during the nearly 2 or 3 pandemics each week, it was wasting valuable doctor time asking people Medicare. It also takes longer for new players if they do not know what it is. There's also no reason for not using Medicare, as it's literally free. While I say I do it because it feels better to do so, all you are doing is having the money come out of your account instead of the Department of Health's. That is the that is Sophia's response. I will now move to a general question, again from left to right. I will now share the question in-game chat, and I will read the question. Um, please give me a moment while I start my timer. To Casey LaFay, starting with Casey LaFay. Everyone is talking about regulating the banking sector. But what are your views on the deeper reasons behind the current financial instability and excessive risk taking? Starting with Casey LaFay, your 1 minute and 15 seconds will start now.
Um, so first of all, some people just like, playing Wolf of Wall Street or whatever, but another reason, an actual reason, is we've just been letting this happen. You don't need to have a really profitable model to start a bank. We have banks that give so much interest that they do not have the potential to pay, and we've just been letting that happen. And because people want to beat the competition, but and another reason for instability is that a lot of banks, it you know how connected like the banks are, like they'll give each other loans, that kind of stuff. But if we have that, the thing is that if one bank has an issue, then that can lead to issues for other banks and other financial institutions. And we also just have like historical neglect from the DOC, and um like we
Would
have
like
people
to
who, huh?
like to inform that your time is up. Thank you for that response. Moving on to the next candidate, Sophia 2750. What is your response to that question? I will read it again. Your 2 minutes 30 will start after I read this question. Everyone is talking about regulating the banking sector, but what are your views on the deeper reasons behind the current financial instability and excessive risk taking? Your timer will start now. I'd like to while we wait for Sophia's response, or for them to yield their time, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, all right. We'll just wait for. I'll just have this short segue. We would like to inform. Would like to inform the audience to also have a House of Representatives debate after this. But before that, we'll take a few minutes break, around 20, 30 to an hour. Um, I'd just like to wait for a bit. We will return. All right. We will now read the response from Sophia. I'll now start. As someone who was deeply involved behind the scenes in the DC short, I believe that the cause is the lack of oversight. There was barely any Department of Commerce oversight over the banks, which caused them to get away with the highly questionable stuff. That was the response from Sophia 270 to 750. I'll now move to current Representative Pepeque. I will give them again 2 minutes and 30 seconds to respond. The question is everyone is talking about regulating the banking sector, but what are your views on the deeper reasons behind the current financial instability and excessive risk taking? Your 2 minutes, sir, will start now. The I would like to state that Pepeque's time has now passed. I will now read their response. In my opinion, the financial instability on democracy craft is due to excessive risk taking among banks, especially due to their use of unsustainably high interest rates. There exists no in game mechanic that enables banks to legitimately earn the returns necessary to support them, resulting in massive losses and their collapse. I'll now move to Inknet. You will be given 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I will now again read the question to you. Everyone is talking about regulating the banking sector. But what are your views on the deeper reasons behind the current financial instability and excessive risk taking? Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds will now start. I will now start to read Inknet's response. I find that the Department of Commerce does not need active intervention, but a passive regulation could help the Department of Commerce interfere when needed. I find that it is I find that it is mostly the financial institutions to blame for mismanaging money and questionable profitability. I will Forex, as stated by Pepe Q, is not regulated enough and needs active regulations as it can seriously mess with both economies. I'd like to inform Inknet that they only have a minute left. Again, I would like to notify 1950 to prepare their response in to type their response in Discord stage VC chat. Uh, for example, I'll limit transfers per week. Um, Only 10 seconds for Inknet. I will now Inknet's time is up. I'll now go to 1950 and ask the same question to 1950, of which I will read again. Everyone is talking about regulating the banking sector, but what are your views on the deeper reasons behind the current financial instability and excessive risk taking? Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds starts now. Uh, I'd like to inform 1950 that they only have a minute left. I would like to ask 19, I would like to inform 1950 that they only have 25 seconds on the clock. I would like to also inform the audience that we will take a 5-minute break after this to give the candidates time to stretch and stuff like those. I will now, 1950 has now yielded their time, but I will wait for the technical team to copy the response. I will read the question very shortly. All right, I will now read the question from 1950 Minecrafter. The financial sector is just, I like to censor it, effed up. It is wrongly set up. Bankers have been allowed to do whatever they wanted for too long. And that's what brought us to our current situation. The small regulation existing wasn't enforced until we, the Workers' Party of Redmont, got into the executive and started cleaning this mess. I can't make a full analysis in this short time, but we now have to revise our regulations and toughen them. We must ban banknotes. We must ban foreign currency exchange. We must ban eco securities, and we must mandate a significant minimum reserve mandate. As those sound as tough measures, but for the effed up situations like the one we are in right now, we need strong and determined action. I would like to ask 1950 for a reclarification on banning of banknotes, as it was a policy that was like to ask 1950 for clarifications on banning of banknotes and the reason behind them. For background, the Workers' Party of Redmont had banning of banknotes in their policy, but if I remember correctly, it has been since removed. Would like to ask 1950 his personal reasons behind his stance on banning banknotes. I'd like to ask for such clarification. You'll be given a minute to formulate your clarification. Your timer starts now. Nineteen fifty times time is up. Essentially, they create a like to essentially they basically create a situation of lack of economic transparency when tracing where the money has gone in financial investigations. They can be abused and has been abused to hide money, and we must put an end to that. We will now take a 5-minute break to let me and the candidates stretch their legs. TPA News will be back with you shortly. Hello, welcome back to the congressional debates for Senate. Congressional debates for Senate. We'll now return to the questions from the journalistic panel, aka me. We will return from 1950 Minecrafter. 1950 Minecrafter will then return. Will then sorry, not return. Apologies. Will then respond through the Sage 3C chat. I will then read the response. The question is as follows. During your term as president, the Plot Regulations Act was put into law. Do you think that the current legislation is effective at its purpose, and why so? Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds will start now. 2 minutes, 30 seconds will start now. The Plot Regulations Act, 1950, asks for reclarification. Uh, 1950 has answered their. 1950 has responded with the answer. Well, I personally think the current legislation is not enough. I said back when we had the debate on this regulation, and I will keep saying it. Limiting C plots to 30 plots is not enough to make a huge impact on the plots in the crisis situation. It will start making an impact when we lower it to 20 C plots, and that's what I'm going to be. That's what we are. I'm going to be pushing this term. I would like to ask Doc Theory to get out of my seat. Thank you so much. Um, I'll now proceed to the next question. This time directed to Casey LaFay. I think this would be a final question for Casey LaFay. I would like to just point out to everyone that questions for Sophia has now been exhausted. Questions for Pepe Q only has one remaining. For 1950, there's only one question remaining. For general questions, there's only one remaining. For Casey LaFay, I will grant you extra 15 seconds for the actions that I have committed uh, before this time. I will have an additional question for InkNet at the very end. Your 1 minute 30 seconds will start now.
Wait,
Casey LaFay.
wait, what was?
Okay.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Sorry. Timer has now been stopped. I will now ask the question again. On accounting, your policies is to enforce. Your policy is to enforce regulations on accountants. How would your proposed regulation work? Your 1 minute and 30 will begin after you start to speak.
All right. So ideally, we would have we would want to work with people from the Department of Commerce on an act of Congress where they would probably be the ones making the accounting regulations themselves. However, we would be creating punishments for, things like accounting fraud, and we'd have like and the ideal is accountants should be like more of a license, kind of like we have lawyers, and a license that can be revoked um if you say are convicted of accounting fraud. And so because there's just some inconsistency with accounting, so we need some accounting regulations in order to have consistency and have banking, like financial reports, just make more sense and just be more understandable. And it just also serves as a guide to people wanting to create banks in general if we have regulations. And rather than just saying you should probably just rely on real life regulations, because that's difficult.
Uh, do you yield your time?
Yeah, I yield my time.
Well, thank you for that response. Um, for those who are currently watching this debate on stream, sorry about that. For those who are watching this stream and not currently in game, but still do want to ask questions to the candidates, you could send your question. You could send your questions at torton.link/ask. There would be a Google form for that where you could send your questions there. Uh, Again, if you're watching the stream and are not able to join in the game or the stage VC, we do have a Google form where you can submit your questions there. The link for said Google form is at trtn.link/ask. Again, it's trtn.link/ask. I'll now ask the final question for 1950. Sorry, I would like to switch that question. I would like to exhaust the final. Sorry, this is the second to last of the general questions. I'll now sub. I've now submitted the question in local chat, and I will give the candidates. I'll now start from Pepe Q for their question. I'll give them 30 seconds before their 2 minute and 30 seconds start. So effectively 3 minutes. The 30-second grace period will start now. I will read the question. Sorry, I will read the question again. What are your views on player organized religions and or cults within Redmont? In what ways are religious freedoms going to be protected? And are there any red lines? Papiki will be the one to start. I will now I'll give them a 30-second grace period starting now. Okay, thank you. Um, I'll now read PepeQ's response. Sorry, give me a moment uh, while the technical team copies PepeQ's response. Okay, all right. From Representative PepeQ, I would personally be all right with player organized religions or cults within Redmont, as long as they are allowed within server rules. I believe that the answer for to what extent is religious freedoms protected is a matter of judgment by the courts. But I would be open to protecting religious freedoms within the same limits that govern the server. PPQ yields their time. Uh, I would like to. Okay, here we'll repeat the question, but the grace period of 10 seconds will have been expired. You'll be given 2 minutes and 30. I'll repeat the question again. Same thing as I asked Pepe Q. Um, What are your views on player organized original religions and or cults within Redmont? In what ways are religious freedoms going to be protected? And are there any red lines? I'd like to inform the candidates that the way this goes now is Pepiki will be first, Sophia will be second, third would be Inknet, fourth would be Casey, and then the last would be 1950. And then the next last question will be going from 1950, Inknet, PPQ, Sophia, and then Casey LaFay. Would like to ask the audience if they could hear me. There has been concerns that some of the audience members were not able to hear me on stage VC. All right. I have been informed, but I've been informed of the current time, and unfortunately, I do have to state that we do have a hard limit. Do have a hard limit on this debate, so uh, I will hastily go to the next general question. However, each candidate will be given after this, I will go to the next question, of which the next question will only have 1 minute and 15 seconds for every candidate. I will send the next question right now. So to the players, I do acknowledge that Sophia has answered their question, but I do have to bring this up. I will now send the next question so that non-speaking uh, so that the candidates who have already stated their answers can prepare to answer the next question. I will now also send this to 1950, and after which I will now read Sophia's response. Sophia's response is that a player religion is just another fun thing that people can do, as long as they do not, as they don't do stuff that can reasonably. You a 10-second grace period of which you could state your response. I will now ask the question again. What are your views on player organized original religions and or cults within Redmont? In what ways religious freedoms going to be protected? Are there any red lines? Your 10 seconds starts now. Your 2 minutes 30 will now start. I think that has yielded. We'll now go over to Casey LaFay.
Um, so
Uh,
player-run religions are a fun thing that players can do. I support them. I haven't seen a reason to give them any special protections yet, but I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to the idea. Now, I would like to say that cults, as in actual cults, would likely be against the server rules, and you could also be criminally liable for that on Redmont for, things like extortion and fraud. But if you're calling your religion a cult, which isn't actually a cult, then I suppose that's fine. And I yield my time.
All right. We'll go over to 1950 Minecrafter. Um, like to go over to 1950 Minecrafter. Their response will be sent over Discord. I unfortunately do have to vehemently apologize since we're running out of time. We're trying to speed run this as much as possible. 1950, you only have 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond. Your time starts now. It has been informed to me that Inknet has to go. Thank you so much, Inknet, for participating within this debate. After this, we'll do a quick player questions. I'll prioritize Google Form responses. Again, unfortunately, due to the current time constraints, each candidate will be given 1 minute and 15 seconds to respond. Non-voice or voice or non-voice participants. So. From 1950 Minecrafter, I'll read their response. I've suffered myself Redmont's crime, especially during press conferences, and press advisor Yornton, as well as your news agency can give proof of that. As we don't die forever, crime is just annoying for those who have suffered it and entertaining for those who commit it. Uh, sorry. Uh, we have to keep it due to this being a server, but we must have proper regulations and enforcement of laws. Enforcement is up to the executive, so we, the legislative, will have to revise the criminal regulations. I am afraid that was the next question, but unfortunately that hold on, give me a moment. I again like to apologize. It seems that I have not given you the current question and give you the next question instead. Um, we'll move on to the next question, I guess. We'll move on to the next question, I guess. That being, some say that actual crime roleplay is bland while annoying. Violent killings of newer players are prolific and cause significant disruption to public safety. What are your opinions on this issue? Starting with Pepeq, your 1 minute and 15 seconds starts now. Like to inform 1950 that yes, they have answered the next question instead of the current question, but unfortunately we have to move on. All right, 10 seconds on the clock. I will now read Pepeq's response. Personally, I think there needs to be a middle ground where it comes to crime RP on DC. A lot of the random killings don't add anything meaningful to the server. At the same time, I agree that crime roleplay can be bland if it's if it isn't given structure or purpose. I would like to add more engaging crime-related features, like making bank robberies a more major event rather than just casual chaos. I will now move to Sophia 275. I'll move the question to Sophia. Um, I will repeat the question. Sorry, I will repeat the question. Some say that actual crime role play is bland while annoying. Violent killings of newer players are prolific and cause significant disruption to public safety. What are your opinions on this issue? Your 1 minute and 15 seconds starts now. I will now read Sophia's response. I believe that there should be more crime role play than just quote unquote, I shoot someone. I have myself experienced times where it was near impossible to survive slash spawn, as there were so many people shooting. While I don't have a concrete plan for it, I would deeply advocate for bills would seek to make criminals and have other goals than just quote, I shoot people, they drop head, I sell head, or robbing the bank every few hours. Thank you for that response. There, your time has unfortunately is up. I will now move to Casey Fay. Fortunately, I will not. This will be the final question. So again, I will read the question to Casey LaFay. Some say that actual crime roleplay is bland while annoying. Violent killings of newer players are prolific and cause significant disruption to public safety. What are your opinions on this issue? Your 1 minute and 15 seconds starts now.
Yeah, I agree that, just killings around spawn can be annoying, which is why we should emphasize, like other forms of criminal roleplay that are just less annoying to the average player. For example, you can rob the bank, and that's not really as annoying to the average player. Um, but also, I'm kind of excited for the buffs fix slash update which will come. So that should hopefully, give people more criminal role play to do other than killing people. And I also would like to say that punishments are a part of criminal role play, and so I think it's fair to have punishments for crimes, especially against new players. And I
All right,
yield my
thank
time.
you. Okay, thank you, Casey LaFay. I will now move on to questions submitted by the audience. I will go. Uh, I will go over to. I will now move over to player submitted questions. Uh, Unfortunately, Inknet, we do not have any time. Uh, I guess what we could do is that if you do have a response ready, you could send them while we wait for this question. We wait for this question from Toads to be responded with. All right. I'll go over to our first player audience submitted questions. So I, as a moderator, filtered these questions. I filtered most of the joke questions, unfortunately. So I will go over first question to the Senate candidates from Toad74, directed to 1950 Minecrafter. It is kind of a loaded question. So I would ask two questions for 1950. The first being, why should voters vote for someone that has for 4 months oversaw the eventual collapse of the financial sector and did nothing? Whilst in power, they were able to act. They knew the problems yet failed to enact any remedies. I will now give 1950 1 minute and 30 seconds to answer that question due to the fact that we have limited time. 1950, your time starts now. And I'd like to inform 1950 and also the audience members that this is one of two questions submitted. So
How many total audience questions are there?
1950, your time is up. Whoever submitted that question is basically wrong. As I said, we did what the executive can do, which is enforcing regulations. My administration was the first one in several months to actually begin enforcing those regulations. Sorry, my administration was the first one in several months to actually begin enforcing those regulations. So no, I do not think that it can be said that my administration did nothing to address the financial sector situation in a truthful consciousness. I will now ask 1950 the second question raised by the same player from Code 75. Why should voters vote for someone who has no legal qualifications? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts now, 1950. I will repeat the question to 1950. I will reset their timer first. Why should voters vote for someone who has no legal qualifications? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will now restart. I'd like to inform 1950. I would like to inform 1950 that we only have 40 seconds to respond. Sorry, I was muted. I would like to rephrase that question. Sophia, it is your turn. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond to the question. How would you support labor unions if at all? Okay, this question is for Sophia. How will you support labor unions if at all? I would like to re-clarify from chat. This is for everyone. I was just starting with Sophia. From Sophia, I will support them by supporting increasing fines for violating union rights. Although this isn't my main policy, with my main policy goals being healthcare and electoral reforms. You only have 10 seconds to reply, Sophia. Your time is now up, Sophia. The next will be handed to Inknet. The next, you'll be given 1 minute and 30 seconds for the question. Again, how will you support labor unions if at all? Inknet's 1 minute is now up. From Inknet, I do not plan to support labor unions, sorry. However, I will allow them. They shall regulate independently and listen to state laws. As long as they do not violate human rights, it is okay. Alrighty, let's go to Pepe Q. I'll give you 1 minute again, 30 seconds. Do you support labor unions if at all? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start now. While PepperQ is typing their questions, I would like to we'll like to inform that we will still have in-game questions to be raised. So please, for everyone, the 15 members in the audience, please do prepare your questions if you have them. You'll be given 45 seconds to state your question. And again, I will repeat this just for clarity. PepperQ, you are next. The question is, will you support labor unions if at all? From PPQ, I believe that unions are a tool that can and should be used by workers when they face potential inequality or exploitation in their workplaces. And I am to support them by documenting a list of unions for workers to be able to seek the help they require. I'll now go over to 1950 Minecrafter for their response to the question, will you support labor unions? His response to that question is, I have supported labor unions in the past, and I support them now, and I will always support them. Labor unions are necessary for the working class to organize against any kind of oppression that goes to them. Uh, and they must be protected. I will defend any law that goes on the lines of improving their conditions, the power to democratize the economy, and their protections. Workers of Redmont, unite. Unfortunately, I've been away from the stage, but I will continue to ask the questions to the candidates. The next question will now be handed off to Casey LaFay. You'll be given, again, 1 minute and 30 seconds to state your response. Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
Okay, so yes, I will support labor unions. I don't see the issue with labor unions. It's a way for businesses and workers to have a fair deal. Um, and with the occurrence of government unions, I would like to say that if secretaries or department leaderships are mistreating unions, then I, as a member of Congress, will hold them accountable. And although it isn't a part of my personal platform, if I saw a union's bill, I would probably want to help make it a good bill. And I yield my time.
All right, thank you so much, Casey LaFay. I have informed the non-voice speaking candidates to prepare their next next response to this question. If you were elected, would you consider and actively try to collaborate with other people on your ideas bills, and not just people from your political party, but from other people. This question was raised by Brother C3, sorry, uh, Brother C3BD. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see local chat, so I would like to ask assistance from Pigeon if they could just read local chat on Oakridge Theater.
Yes, of course. So local chat. Um, yeah. So I believe that they're still typing right now.
Right. I've already also informed candidates that they will be only given a minute to send their response. So I will start from Inknet with their response to that question. If you were elected, would you consider and actively try to collaborate with other people on your ideas, bills, and not just people from your political party, but from other people? Inknet, you will be the first one to respond to this question. Your 1 minute timer starts now.
I was actually gonna ask this question, but thank you C3BD for asking.
I've returned to the theater, but I will let Pigeon to read out the responses.
Okay.
I will call out time though. So Inknet, you only have 20 seconds to apply.
Inknet, the question is, are y- are you willing to collab with all all of the elected officials and work across party lines? Uh, okay, so is it time yet? It's not time yet, right? Okay, so Inknet has yielded, and Inknet's response to the question is, quote, if I find the conditions reasonable, I can make things work.
All right, next to the next candidate, Pepeku, you will be only given 1 minute again to respond to you to send your response to local chat. Your 1 minute starts now. Please state if you're finished. Please state to wield your time as soon as possible if you have finished. Okay, Pepeku has now yielded their time. I'll again let Pigeon to read the response.
Okay. Pepeku said, quote, it has been a cornerstone to my campaign since my first election, and I'm committed to doing so if I was to be elected again.
I'd like to state that Pepeku has sent a response before that. I will read them. As a current
Hi.
representative who is an independent, as part of my job to discuss, work with, and negotiate with Congresspeople from all sides in order to pass bills that will benefit all citizens of Redmont. It has. I will continue the what Pigeon has stated, it has been a cornerstone to my campaign since my first election, and I am committed to doing so if I was to be elected again. Thank you so much for that response, PPQ. Next will be Sophia. What is your response? You'll be only given 1 minute and 30 seconds to state your answer. Your 1 minute starts now. Alrighty. Um, Pigeon, I give you the floor to read Sophia's answer.
Okay. Sophia said, quote, I will do that. While I agree most with my own party, I am not naive enough to think we will be in power forever. So, if possible, legislation should be made to have all parties be reasonably content with it.
Righty, we'll move to second to the last candidate, 1950 Minecrafter. Your 1 minute starts now. Uh, 1950, you only have 15 seconds to respond. Inknet, I will now provide you your next question. Um, that is your question, Inknet. Um, please prepare your answer. Please prepare your answer and then send your answer after I request them. 1950, your time is up. I will give Pigeon the floor to read your answer.
Okay. 1950 Minecrafter said, quote, while I, of course, will try to work with other parties to get legislation passed, as I have had to do in the past, but I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to try to pass the legislation that I agree with, or at least the one that is most similar to what I defend. Not always you can agree with everyone, but I will try, yes.
Alrighty, to our final candidate for this question, Casey LaFay. Again, you have 1 minute to respond. 1 minute 15, sorry. Your time starts now.
Um, yes, if elected, I would try to collaborate with other parties and other people in general about legislation, as I have done in the past. If you've been paying attention to my activity, you know that. But it's important to consider their input. Like, there's people from all across the political spectrum that I highly respect as legislators, and so I value their input on bills. And I also value like regular people's input in general about how it'll affect them. Um, and so I'll try to work to make bills satisfactory to me. If there's a bill I just straight up disagree with on principle, then I'll at least try to raise my concerns. So hopefully it can be turned into a more satisfactory bill. Um, but yes, I would collaborate with others. And I yield my time.
Thank you so much for that response, Casey LaFay. This is the final question directed to Inknet. I've already asked Inknet to prepare their response while we gathered responses from the other candidates. What are your opinions on censorship in Redmont and extremes? Your 1 minute starts now. I give the floor to Pigeon to read the final question. Let's read the
Hey.
response.
So Inknet said, quote, I find that as long as people are not personally hurt, opinions can go as far as respecting others.
Alrighty, I think that is it for a wrap. Unfortunately, we have run out of time to get to respond to in-game audience questions. However, we will do that for the House of Representatives debate. Thank you so much for watching, and this has been the Senate debate. TPA News will be back in 30 or so minutes. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Jordan. This is TPA News. See you in a few moments while we prepare the stage. Thank you.
Yes, and I have a little speech prepared. Sorry for having you guys sit here for so long listening to us talk. But I really want to emphasize like what is TPA? What is our organization and why are we
Good day, my fellow Redmontians. My name is Jordan, and this is for now, this is another part, the second part of our congressional debate. For now, sorry. Now we have the representative or representative candidates who's currently running for the next term. I'll read their candidates from left to right, unlike from the Senate, which only had 4 contestants. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 candidates on this stage today. There are some candidates who A were unable to attend, or B was not due to conflicts with due to personal issues. Were not able were not invited to the debate. Unfortunately, due to communication issues, that would be. Oh, sorry, not list them here. Unfortunately, as like any other, I'm kind of tired, but I would like to explain how the debate will go. Everyone will get 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond. I will first ask voice speaking candidates, as they have much less time to gather up a response. So again, 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond to a question, 45 seconds for clarification and also rebuttals. We will start with audience questions. So let me just reread you the rules. Prospective House of Representative candidates. So let's just okay. Format: the debate will have 2 segments: the journalist panel and the audience questions. We're gonna do audience questions first, then the journalist panel question. We will do first audience submitted questions. This may come from the Google Forms. Again, you could fill out those forms. If you are watching the stream right now and are not able to attend to the debate in person, you may leave a question in drtn.link/ask. Pre-submitted Google questions via Google Forms and live in-game questions from attendees if time allows it. After audience questions, journalist panel questions will be next. The moderator will screen and select audience questions to ensure quality, relevance, and fairness. The rules of the debate are as follows. We have changed the debate for the sake of time. Each candidate will be given 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond to a question. Voice candidates will be first to voice speaking candidates will be first to answer the question, and then non-voice, so that non-voice participants are able to respond. Please step away from the desk. Thank you. I will. Sorry about that. I got killed. The moderator or the panel may ask follow-up questions and clarifications. 45 seconds for, again, clarifications and rebuttals, as I
commit a crime and
Hello. It seems that we are now back from this. We're now back officially. So we'll now start with the first player submitted question from the audience on the Google form. Again, trtn.link/ask. It is from Sophia. Please give me a moment. This is from Sophia 750. Question is, do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care time during pandemics? I will have let's start this debate with Moy first. Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you start to speak.
Oh damn, I'm very. I thought we were going in order. Yeah. So as someone who has benefited from Medicare immensely, which when I joined in 2021, that wasn't a thing. When you got shot and died, you got shot and died. Okay, you were like dead, you know. But you know, now that there's Medicare, I joined on the server. There's Medicare. I'm like, oh my god, this is what we need in real life. You know, like this shit is amazing. I love Medicare. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have to pay. I mean, I still tip all my doctors because like I think y'all deserve like a good wage. I think if we're gonna keep Medicare and we're gonna make it mandatory for everyone, I'm not really opposed or against it. But if we're going to make it mandatory, then we need to increase the wage of doctors and our medical staff because they're low paid heroes, guys. Let's be honest. Like the people that have like, you know, treated me and my diseases. Like I swear to God, I just had chickenpox the other day, and then I had some sort of like virus. It was like Rovid, like Redmont COVID. That was scary. I thought I was gonna die. So the fact that I was able to get treated and fairly quickly was really fucking nice. So I liked it. If it were my opinion, I would be like, you know, Medicare should be like, if it's not required, then it should be like mandatory for new players for like the first month they play, and then maybe they can like wean off it if they like really want to pay for their Medicare service. But that being said, I wouldn't be opposed to Medicare. That is, I guess, necessarily required. That was a question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Your time is up. Thank you for that answer. I think I'll move on to our next voice speaking candidate. Let's go over to EP. Again, I will reread the question to you, EP. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
Well, to answer the question directly, no. I'm against the idea of abolishing private healthcare, if we're going to call it that. So not using Medicare. I do love Medicare. I'm a massive beneficiary of Medicare. I think Medicare is probably one of the best, you know, one of the best policies that we have in government. You know, it's a massive net good for all citizens, but I think people should have the option to pay privately, because I believe that medical staff are underpaid. They don't earn enough. I think it's like was it 100 per case? I don't know what the current rate is, but they don't earn enough money from the work they do to benefit society. So no, I'm against the idea of abolishing private healthcare, but I support Medicare and I support increasing the wages for doctors. Now that's my question.
Thank you for that answer, EP. I would like to just remind the candidates right here, if you do not have anything more to say, please state, I yield my time. Let's go over to the next voice speaking candidate, Kato, if you are available. I will reread to you the question. I will reread to you the question. Do you believe that Medicare should be mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
Right, so Medicare isn't one of my central policy points, but I still have an opinion on it. And my opinion on Medicare is there should be a monthly fee you pay, and it should not be mandatory to have. As it stands, you just get free healthcare, which is great IRL, but in RP terms here in DC, it's kind of a big loss of money. So I think you should have a fee, maybe a daily fee, monthly fee for using Medicare, and you can opt out if you want. And that would be it.
All right. Thank you so much for your response. I'll go over again to the next voice speaking candidate, Gui. Um, I will repeat to you the question. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you talk.
So first of all, I want to thank Sophia for this really important question. Everyone here uses our healthcare services, and you are all really invested in what happens with Medicare. Now, I have to disagree with some of the other candidates on stage. Medicare is a service that we provide as a state through our state healthcare service. I am a doctor myself inside the Department of Health. At the moment, when you're presented with a new player, you come in, you're a new player, and for the first time you've got a disease, and you stand there before the doctor who's holding your cure saying, do you want to pay with Medicare or out of pocket? There is a pressure. I know I felt it as a new player. There's a pressure to pay out of pocket. It's only $100. You know, oh gosh, I'm burdening the state. I'm a new player. I don't want to do that. There's no communication there, and it's coercive. We're coercing our new players, and it makes the government no better than people scamming them on the Forex. You know, it's all well and good to talk about having a private healthcare system, but that's a completely different issue. You know, there is no private healthcare inside DC at the moment for the people. And I know there are calls from all of you to have private healthcare, and that's a completely different thing that we need to look at. But the state should not be charging people for healthcare. We don't charge people by any sort of mandatory measure. Just every so often we ask, oh, do you want to pay instead? If people are so worried about the wages for doctors, we should pay them proper wages. We shouldn't be putting that burden on the people that
I have
need
to
healthcare.
cut you off there. Your time is up. I'll go to the next, which I assume the next voice speaking candidate. That will be Mayday Reigns. Please, again, I will reread the question. Please do state if you are gonna talk in VC, question mark.
I am a speaking candidate.
I will.
Let's go, May.
All right. I will reread to you the question from Sophia 750. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts after you start to speak.
Currently, Medicare is already automatic for new players that joined. I personally believe it makes sense to require all players to use it, especially during pandemics. In moments where the hospital system is overwhelmed, having a unified system helps reduce wait times, prevent spread of illness, and get people back on their feet faster. This isn't about control, it's about care. When everyone's on the same page during a health crisis, it means doctors can treat people more efficiently and fewer players are stuck waiting. That said, I do think it's important to keep improving Medicare's quality and communication so that players feel it's a service they can trust, not something they're forced to rely on.
Do you wield your time?
I do, sorry.
Thank you so much for that answer. The next, I'll go again to the next voice speaking candidate, Gabriel. I will reread you the question. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
All right, thank you for the question. I personally believe that Medicare should not be mandatory, but we should not be offering private healthcare in state hospitals. It should be its own independent kind of sector that is raised by private companies for those that wish to pay. However, in a government hospital, we should be offering it exclusively rather than offering the option to pay. This is also going to be really helpful for things like pandemics where efficiency is quite literally a matter of life and death. I am now going to yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer. I'll go over to James the Slay, our next voice speaking candidate. Again, I will read the question to you for the sake of formality. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
No. I'm a DOH and actually can I do text?
Sorry, what was that?
Can I do text?
Sure.
Okay.
I will do I will have to restart your 1 minute and 30. You only have 1 minute and 30 to prepare your response. Your 1 minute and 30. I'll now restart your 1 minute and 30. You have 1 minute and 30 to state your response. I would like to point to the other candidates. If you do want to wish to do a rebuttal towards a claim that has been given by another candidate, you could for voice speaking, you could state that you would like to do a rebuttal, and depending on my judgment, I will either accept it or deny it. For non-voice, please ping me in the Discord channel to get my immediate attention. Thank you so much. I would like to inform James and Slay that they only have 40 seconds to answer that question. Um, I'd like to inform James the Slay they only have 20 seconds to answer that question. I'd like to inform that James the Slay, your time is up. If you have, I cannot see. I think. All right, I will. I'll lead. I'll give you consideration. I will read your message. From
Do I
James the
need
Slay
to-
as a DOH. As a DOH employee, a doctor, I think mandatory Medicare is dumb, and me having to deal with epidemic before saying Medicare does not take long enough. Alrighty, let's move on to I assume is the next voice speaking candidate, and that will be sorry, I just got hit with blindness, unfortunately. Sir Doge, are you able to speak
Hooray.
and state? All right, you have reread the question again. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 will start as soon as you speak.
I think Medicare should be the default. I think asking new players and even old players that if they want to pay is kind of predatory because, of course, you want to pay,
I
especially
have
when
to,
everyone uses Medicare.
sorry, Doge, I have to cut you off with that question. I've just been informed that someone is spreading a disease here at the Oakridge Theater. We do have to interrupt our streaming right here. We'll go to a break while our staff and the candidates who are infected. For any candidates who are not sick yet, please, we advise you to go home for now. For those who are infected, please go to the DOH hospital immediately. We will again go back. We will return at a later time, but first we do need to get treated. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome back to the Oakridge. Welcome back to the TPA News Congressional Debates. We had a bit of hiccup there. We were infected with the chicken pox, but hopefully, thanks to the amazing staff at the Department of Health, we got the infection managed. At least here in the theater, we got the infection managed, and we were able to return as soon as possible. However, during this, we do have a bit of a we do have some I guess, casualties. James Deslay and Plurus72 are not able to continue with the debate due to time constraints. Again, let's continue on with this debate. I will restart Sir Doge's 1 minute and 30-second timer. So I will not ask the question again. Sorry, I will ask the question again since it has been a while. So from Sophia 2750, do you believe that Sir Doge, do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start after you speak.
Let's go, dude.
It's WPR policy, and it's also my opinion that Medicare should be the default. We shouldn't have any of this asking if you want to pay with Medicare or not nonsense. That should be the default position for everyone going to be treated. I think it's predatory to have it otherwise, and it will just speed up the process in general. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for that response, Sir Doge. We'll go to our non-voice speaking candidates now. That is Talion 77, if they are here. I believe that they are on the Discord, at least previously before we got the chicken pox. Talion, all right, I will ask you the question. Again, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to type out your response. I do do apologize, but you can prepare your response in advance. Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start after I ask, do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your time starts now. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Yes, you could use the statement that you have prepared in advance. Alrighty. We'll give the narration. I'll give the narration to Pigeon. Please narrate Italian's response.
I am in favor of it. As a doctor myself, it would be very much help with procedure and pandemic treatment. New players can be scared by extensive procedure, and there is no real benefit not to use it. As outlined in my platform, increasing wages for government employees is really important, but they should not be reliant on tips. To relate to the real life, look how the tipping culture in the USA has evolved for underpaid waiters. A 15% tip is expected here. We do not need a healthcare system like the US. We doctors are already massively overworked, and that will help massively with pandemics. And as we have just seen at this debate, it should be mandatory, in my opinion. I give up my remaining time.
Right. Thank you for that state. Thank you for that response, Italian 77. I will now move on to PPQ. If they are still awake, it is 4 a.m. within our time zone. I will read the question again. I'll read the question again for Pep. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care during pandemics? I will give you your time.
Let's fucking go,
I'll give you
Pepe.
1 minute
Let's
30.
go.
Now, I would like to ask the candidates to not speak unless it is their time. All right. Pepe has sent their response. I will give Pigeon I'll give Pigeon the opportunity to Pigeon to read Pepe's response.
Hopefully, my mic is a bit better now. I believe that lack of Medicare is a valid RP choice, and there are many ways to improve the care time and effectiveness, such as the temp immunity from diseases after being cured, which is a petition right now. Medicare is the default option, but it shouldn't be the only option. I would be in support if Medicare was assumed to be used unless explicitly requested by the patient in order to speed up treatment times. I yield my time. Thank you.
Alrighty, let's go to the last candidate, non-speaking candidate for this question. Let's go over to Ruby 55, Ruby Luby 55. I will reread again the question. Do you believe that Medicare should be made mandatory, abolishing the option for paying yourself, which would significantly reduce care times during pandemics? Your 1 minute and 30 starts now. I'll give the opportunity for Pigeon to narrate in behalf of Ruby 55.
Quote, yeah, it is just time consuming and sometimes even killing people because doctors can't treat before they got the Medicare yes message. When the patient is slow in typing, it does happen very often that they just die in that time. It also helps decreasing pandemic spreadings. Without these extra seconds, less players can get infected by the patient. Everybody uses Medicare. I don't see a reason to not make it mandatory. The important thing this term is to rapidly increase the wages of doctors. I yield my remaining time.
Thank you so much for that question. Let us now move on to the next question directed to the House of Representatives. Please give me a moment to look it up. Only been 9 questions. It's not gonna be that hard. Um, okay. I'll send this to. Give me a moment while I prepare the question. From Ruby Luby 55, raised question by one of our candidates. Oh, sorry. Okay, the question was, are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system? I'll start with the voice speaking candidates. Let's start with Gabriel. I will give you your one. I'll start 1 minute and 30 seconds as soon as you start talking.
Can you repeat the question, please?
The question was, are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system?
Okay. Personally, I think the Senate system could use better reform. Because last I checked, when I read through some of the relevant documentation, they use different systems between the representative vote and the Senate vote. I believe Senate uses single transferable, and obviously I'm going to make sure later, but off the top of my head, I believe it is Rep uses like what name the system? Almost 2 different systems. I want to kind of have them be consistent. So I'm personally going to be trying to push for like, well, I'll say push. I'm going to support legislation that pushes for a more consistent system. Mostly, no, probably single transferable vote. But obviously, it depends what is raised and what I read. It's a lot of depends on what is there at the time. So I guess for now, just treat it as I will see when it comes to it. I yield the rest of my time.
Alrighty, thank you for that response. I was just looking back to the form. I was mistaken. That question was directed for beach party candidates only. I do have to apologize
Oh.
for that. Uh, I haven't slept. Sorry.
You're all good.
But we'll now since this happy mistake happened, I'll just go and ask everyone the question. So I'll go back to the Redmont Beach Party. I'll just ask everyone this. So I'll go with the beach party, starting with Kato. I'll say the question again. Are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system? Kato, you have the floor. Time will start as soon as you speak.
Am I speaking? Am I heard right now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So my opinion on the electoral system, I think it's fine as is. I wish to yield the rest of my time. This isn't really my main focus of my policy. Thank you.
All right, let's bounce back the ball. Let's go to Gui. I'll reread the question again. Are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system? Gui, your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
Yeah, so we have a representative democracy here in Redmont, and you and I both want to be properly represented in government. And under our current system, the Senate especially doesn't give proper representation because we're still using a first past the post system with our voting. I think there's plenty of scope here for reforming the electoral system, both in the Senate and the House, without blurring the lines between those two bodies, because I know the people don't want to have essentially two different versions of the same chamber. And we should maintain the differences in the electoral systems we use, and it helps keep our government fair. But we should also have a government that's more representative, and that's what I stand to work for as a legislator. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for that answer. Let's go back to let's ping pong it back to Moifer if he's still here. He is still here.
I
He's
am
just
indeed.
alrighty. I'll reread you the question. Are you looking for sorry. Um Are you seeking for any changes to the electoral reform? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as you speak.
Yeah. So I personally, at least from my opinion, I think that the way we do the House right now, oh, I just got lifted into the air. Hello. I think the way that we do the House right now is actually a pretty good system. I mean, the way that we can like rank, our options, and then it goes into like multiple rounds. I think it makes it fair, and I think it makes it, a pretty good system for the House. When it comes to the Senate, I personally, I think I agree with my friend from the WPR, Gui. Sorry, I'm going to say it like that. In the sense of, I think it's important to have two different systems because we don't just want a system that is literally the exact same chamber, but just, one is a higher chamber than the other. Like that doesn't make sense to me. I think, at least in my option, I always think that Redmont is not the same as real life in the sense of I think we need to create our own voting system that is actually representative of players on the server and not just use real life systems, which I think anyone can tell you Redmont is not close to real life at all, even though people like to make it seem it is. I think that we should, and I would work with not only RBP, but the WPR and other independents and people who are in the political field and also new players to really develop a system that I think is representative of new players, representative of people from all different towns and the city, as well as representative of people who are in politics. So thank you.
Thank you for that response. I'll ping pong it back to EB. Again, are you looking for any change? Are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system? 8B, you have 1 minute and 30. We'll start as soon as you speak.
Yes, so as a representative candidate for the WPR, in line with our June 2025 platform, we do seek to revise the Constitution so that the House and the Senate are elected by two different electoral systems. So we propose that the House uses a proportional representation system called Hagenbach-Biscoff method of seat allocation. So you would have a single constituency for all the Commonwealth. And for the Senate, we would use the single transferable vote, so something similar to Scottish parliamentary elections. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for that response. I think let's go to Mayday Range. I'll ask the question again. Are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system? You have 1 minute and 30 to respond. We'll start as soon as you speak.
I want to stay completely honest and transparent. I'm still listening and learning when it comes to the electoral system. I haven't seen a change I'm ready to fully back yet, but I do believe that elections should be fair, accessible, and truly representative of the player base. If there are ways to improve voter turnout, make campaigning more balanced, or ensure new voices get heard, I'd be open to those conversations. Right now, my focus is on making sure people feel empowered to participate, whether they're running or just voting. And I'd love to hear from others on what improvements they'd like to see. I yield the rest of my time.
I see. Thank you for that question. Let's go back to Sir Doge. If I will, yes, let's go to Sir Doge. Are you seeking for any changes to the electoral system?
Hello, that's not a main policy of mine, but again, it is in the WPR platform that we're looking to reform the House elections to be party list proportional using the system that EP described and change the Senate to STV. I know there's a lot of people in the party and independents and who are even in that WPR who care a lot about this issue, and it will be an issue that I will support if elected.
I would like to ask for clarification on
I'll
STV.
yield. Yeah.
I would like to ask a clarification on STV. How I'll ask this question as I'll ask this question for the current representatives running under the WPR. So candidates under the WPR as a group. My question will be: how will the Workers' Party of Redmont achieve to how what will the plan for the WPR to pass the Senate STV legislation that they aim to do with their as stated in their current policies? You'll have 45 seconds to respond. I'll give the.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Sophia wants to make sure that everyone does /health symptoms to make sure that we don't have another plague going around. Thank you.
Alrighty. I'll give the floor to Sir Doge to clarify the WPR's plan, Sir Doge's plan on the WPR's plan for the Senate STV. You have your 45 seconds. We'll start as soon as you speak.
I really wish there was another WPR member who is really, confident in this issue, but it will be, I think, a lot of collaboration with everyone in the Senate and in the House, and collaboration across the entirety of Congress just to get it done and to make sure we come to a solution that's equitable for everyone. I'm not sure about a current full plan, but that's, I imagine, how we'll end up doing it.
I see. Thank you for your response. I would do like to ask Pigeon to lower down their mic sensitivity. It is being heard. Italian, on your question, yes, you could send your question. You can send your response early. We will read them later. I would like to apologize to Pigeon. That was not you. That was was one of our technical teams. I set the volume to 500.
No worries.
Where was I? Last meeting. Let's see. Did I miss anyone before I go over to the non-voice speaking candidates? If there is no, if I have not skipped anyone, I'll read. I'll give the let's go over and read Talian's response to the question. Are you seeking for electoral reform? I'll let Pigeon read the information. Response.
So Talion said, quote, yes, especially in the Senate. First past the post is just a relic of the past, and it should no longer be the Senate voting system. Get STV in there. For the House, STV is already a fine system, but to promote political parties and the difference between the chambers, in my opinion, we should do a mixture party list slash STV system. Half of the reps would be elected normally through STV, but the other half would be elected by a proportional representation system through their parties.
All right, thank you so much for that response. I'll go back to our second non-voice speaking candidate, Pepe. Um, I'll repeat the question. Are you seeking for electoral reform? The 1 minute and 30 seconds starts now. I'd like to inform Pepe that they only have 40 seconds. After this, we will now go to audience questions. So I will ask people in the audience if they would like to ask questions to either all the candidates, a party, or an individual candidate. So I will now give the opportunity to Pigeon to read Pepe's response. After that, Ruby will send the response after this.
Pepe said, quote, I believe the House of Representatives STV Gregory system is fine for a proportional representation, but I would agree with more candidates here that the Senate needs an STV system to ensure that the smaller parties and indies can be fairly represented as well. I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Let's go over to our last candidate, Ruby Libby 55. I give you 1 minute and 30 seconds to submit your response. Right, thank you so much for that response, Pepe. Ruby, I'll give the opportunity for Pigeon to read that question, to read that response.
He said, quote, the electoral system should definitely be reformed. The SNTV in Senate is just undemocratic. On the other hand, we should not give both chambers the same election system. In my opinion, we should keep STV. Maybe we do it in Senate and make another system in the House, or we keep it in the House. This time, I would like to align to the WPR's idea of doing the party list system slash mixed member proportional in the House and STV in the Senate. But this is still just an idea. In any way, you can expect a good electoral reform next term. I yield my remaining time.
Thank you so much. Current audience members, the 13 of you are now able to raise a question. Apologies. I'm now able to raise a question again. One question for one candidate, one question for one for each audience member for now. You could request to speak. You could request to speak if I'm not mistaken. If you want to ask a question through voice, or you could ping me in the Discord server through the in-game chat for on the question, and I will read the question out to them. If you do want to ask questions, we'll try to go and do the journalist questions after this. I'll just give the opportunity for the audience to ask questions to the candidates because they were not able to ask questions to the Senate candidates. So I'll give them the priority first. Sophia, can you elaborate on that question? Can you please state who are you asking this question to? To everyone, to a certain party, or to a certain individual? Again, people could raise their questions, could request to speak into the stage. Alrighty, to all, should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? This is a question to everyone raised by Sophia2750. We'll now start with Sir Doge. I will repeat the question. You have 1 minute and 30. Should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 will start as soon as you speak.
Excellent. I would be in favor of reducing or maybe even abolishing the fairgrounds in its entirety. I think with like past DPA inactivity, I don't really see, and the existence of event worlds, I don't really see the necessity of a fairgrounds anymore, especially when we're experiencing a plot crisis, when that land could be turned into prime real estate for new players and people who generally can't afford plots. I think that would be a good system. I yield the rest of my time.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that response. Let's go over to Grapio. I would like to ask you that same questions. Should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
Thank you, Sophia, for the question. I personally believe, and also in line with WPR's platform for this upcoming election, I believe we should abolish the fairgrounds entirely. It does not serve any form of purpose, whether that be economic or to entertain players. It doesn't serve any form of purpose. I personally believe that by abolishing it, we can open up that space for residential plots, for commercial businesses. It could serve a much more useful purpose overall if we just got rid of it and put up the space that was granted, I guess, by getting rid of it as plots to people to buy and auction off or whatever. As I believe it will be significantly more useful. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. Let's go over to the other side. Ask the Redmont participants of the Redmont Beach Party. Starting with Moy. Are you sorry? Should the
You're all
fairgrounds be
good.
reduced? Should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 will start as soon as you speak.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be completely. I mean, it's in my name, right? Moy for real. I'm gonna be for real right now. I think I've only been there once, and it was kind of laggy and shitty. And I'm not gonna lie, I think bye Pepe. By the sorry, everyone say bye to Pepe right now. I swear. But yeah, no, I think that I don't think anyone goes there. I'm gonna be honest. The last fairgrounds event was I think the only time I went there was like once. So especially in a crisis where we are now, when we're, we need as much land as possible. We need to stimulate the economy. I think we ought to give that land to the people and make it go to use, not just keep it as like a relic of the past. I don't know if the rest of my RBP people feel that way, and it's not really something we talk about, like the fairgrounds, you know what I mean? But at least me, yeah, no, you can do away with that shit. That's not really important.
Alrighty. Do you?
Oh, I yield the rest of my time. Sorry.
Thank you for providing. Thank you for that answer. I'll now ask Eat B about that same. I'll now ask Eat B for that question. Should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 will start now. Now, sorry, as soon as you speak.
Well, I would go against the current DCT and DPA's policies regarding the fairgrounds, and I believe it should be completely abolished and replaced with affordable residential plots. We currently are dealing with a shortage of affordable housing, and I think in line to greatly reflect our current economic climate, we should be creating more affordable plots. And I think the creation of a zoo and having a fairgrounds is just completely out of touch with reality. I mean, it's just complete nonsense. And I yield my time.
Thank you so much for that response. Let's go over to Mayday Reigns. I'll ask you the same question. Should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 will start as soon as you speak.
I think this is one of those issues where I've heard valid points from both sides. On one hand, reducing or repurposing the fairgrounds could open up new land opportunities. On the other side, I think there is untapped potential in reimagining it as a space that could generate revenue or be used more actively by the community. Because of that, I'm not ready to commit to a firm position just yet. I believe it deserves more research and public input. Before making a decision, I'd want to better understand its current use, its financial impact, what the community would want to see in its place. I'm not really here to make guesses. I'm here to make informed choices that reflect what's best for the server. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for that response. Let's go over to uh, let's go over to Kato. Should the fairgrounds be increased, reduced, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 will start as soon as you speak.
Right. So thanks for that beautiful question. This is exactly my expertise. And as former DCT secretary, I firmly believe it should be abolished. I have seen it expand, and I deeply regret allowing that expansion. As I've seen, it's not been used once since it's been expanded in like February or January. Hasn't been used a single time. It can be turned into so many new plots, like I think there was like 20, 30 plots that were eminent domain to remove it, and then there were, even before that, still a pretty large fairground space. That's like 50 plots we could add to DC, which could perhaps be themed for like the Little Italy, Little Spain area. Could be like even more little cultural enclaves. Or anything, literally anything could go there. Even a park would be nicer than literally just a big green open space as it is right now. DPA events have been happening in the events world anyway. Yes, Little Germany is definitely, yeah, or good idea. Yeah, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
I do not think I've catched like the second half of your answer. Are you I'll give you 45 seconds as soon as you speak. For clarification, are you saying that the fairgrounds should be replaced with either of places of recreation, so either a zoo, a park, etc.? You're
I'm saying that they should be removed first of all, and then we can analyze, do we need as many plots as we could make there, or can we put other stuff on there that's just like recreational and nice? But importantly, we need more plots, of course. Recreational stuff can be when we're like no longer in a plot shortage. If that's what you're asking. Because I do kind of want not too many plots in Reveille. I want more plots in the towns, because I want the towns to also, like, I want an incentive to move to the towns. if that's your question.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that question. For the question, for that answer. Yes, that was my question. Let's go back to the other. Let's go to the other side. Let's go over with Gui. Should the sorry, I might be blanking over here, but should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished?
So I think I have to concur with what a lot of my potential future colleagues have said here, that the fairgrounds as they are serve no purpose for the DPA, which they were intentionally built and expanded for. I do, however, have some reservations around taking on my role as a legislator and mandating what the executive branch should be doing inside itself. For example, I know right now the DCT is working to reinvigorate the fairgrounds with an expanded new zoo and also looking to have an improved green space. I think it's worthwhile as legislators we remember that you, the people, have chosen us to create legislation and not exercise the laws. And I think by maintaining that separation of power, we maintain our democracy. I think it's a worthwhile avenue for everyone to review the fairground regularly and see what opportunities can be created. But again, I think we should be wary of overstepping ourselves. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for that answer. Let's go over to Sir Doge. Should the fairgrounds be reduced, increased, maintained, or abolished entirely? Your 1 minute and 30 seconds will start as soon as you speak.
I think I've already answered this question.
Alrighty, apologies for that. Did Gabriel also respond to this question?
I think so. I think
I've
we
answered the
start that.
question. Yes, I
Yeah.
have.
Righty, I think that is it for the question because don't think Ruby is here.
No, Ruby. I think Ruby left.
Alrighty, I think we should. If there's any questions that would like to be raised by the audience, feel free to do so, either requesting to be a speaker or sending a question here on Stage VC chat. All right, Luca, you could ask your question. Sure, you could ask the question. Okay. I would like to ask. I would like to ask to Luca which persons are you intended to ask this question to? To everyone, to a certain party, or to a certain candidate? Everyone. Okay. What are your thoughts regarding the current DPA secretary and strike going on within the DPA? I'll start the I would like to start that. I like to start. Sure, fine. I'll start with Luca's question. I'll start with Heat B, if possible. What is your response to that question? Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds when you speak.
Well, I believe Dark is an excellent choice for the DPA secretary. He is active, well articulated, dedicated, and is a good host. I have attended a few of the events that he has, well, not necessarily organized or planned, but he has had involvement in hosting the events, and they've been enjoyable. So I support him remaining DPA secretary. I yield my time.
Thank you so much. Let's go back. Let's go to Moy. What is your thoughts regarding the current DPA secretary and the strike going on in the DPA? 1 minute 30 starts when you speak.
Yeah. So I want to be so for real. My opinion has changed on this a lot the last week or two. Originally, I was not informed about Dark, because I'm going to be honest, and I think anyone can agree, Dark is a fairly new player, so I didn't even know who Bro was, what was going on. So when I heard a new player immediately being put to secretary, I was a little skeptical, because I was like, whoa, that seems a little, I think though, with the DPA kind of being more of like an event, obviously being more event related, and having gone to a couple of Dark's events, I do think that, they are fit for the position, even if some of my RBP colleagues won't necessarily say that. I think they are. That being said, as far as their attitude towards the strike and the strike that's been going on, I do think that that's been a little blown out of proportion. I do think that Dark has been a little negligent to, I think kind of lash out against some of the strikers, and to, it's kind of weird to me that I think before, people were talking about how we ought to let people go on strike, or we ought to let people do this, let people do that. And then as soon as a department under the new president goes on strike, it's like, oh, well, some people are calling the demands unfair, or it's calling unorganized. Like, a strike is a strike.
Sorry, I
and
have
think
to
people need
cut you
respect
right
that.
there.
So,
Your 1 minute and 30 has passed.
yeah, you're all good. I just finished anyways. So,
Can
Alrighty,
I
let's go to
rebuttal
the.
that? The
Sure.
point you made.
You'll have 45 seconds for the rebuttal. We'll start
I've
as soon as you speak.
Yeah, very quickly, Moy. They don't have any demands, from what I've seen. So I just want to clear the record on that. That's all. I'll yield the rest of my time.
could I do a rebuttal to the rebuttal?
Clarification, sure. 45 seconds as soon as you speak.
All right. I will say to my right honorable friend, Doge, love Doge so much. I do think that there have been demands. I just think that it's been unorganized in the demands. At least me, I've because I also work for the press too. I've been getting, perspectives from all people, and they've said that that there's been demands, and people have said, specific things about what they like, or what they want to see, or why they are striking. So I think even if they don't necessarily list them out as like full demands, I think individual strikers do have like individual things they'd like to see. So just to rebut to that.
All right, thank you so much for that response. Do anyone have a rebuttal or a clarification they want to ask or make?
A rebuttal to the rebuttal to the rebuttal.
You'll love to see it.
You'll love to see it. All right, that's okay. If there's none, let's go over to Gui. Again, okay.
So I want to
Are
say
you-
again, thank you for bringing a question to us, especially one that's so topical. I have to say, I'm looking to become a legislator for you. I'm looking to be your voice in the legislation process in government. And as a representative in the House, I don't have any political power or say over appointments. So I can give you my personal opinion that can hopefully speak to my politics on the issue. I trust that the president and the Senate made a thorough review of Dark in the appointment process. And I understand that the department has a culture that feels violated, from what I've seen from the discussions. However, I think Dark has made a very strong effort, especially considering the majority of their upper leadership are on strike, and they've still been able to produce some very good quality events. And I think that's a testament to their skill, and that the appointment was correct. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for that response. Sir Doge, would you, again, that question, 30 minutes, 1 minute and 30.
I would take 30 minutes.
1 minute and 30 until starts when you speak.
Excellent. I don't really see what this has to do with this election at all. We don't have any power over this, but I'll give you my thoughts on the matter. I've been able to have a front row seat by both being like a friend of Dark and being in the DPA myself, and being able to see the actions of the union from both sides. I love unions. I love strikes. I don't think I agree with Moy that I'm sure there are plenty of individual members who have things that they want to see, but I don't think that the union leadership has made that at all clear to Dark. They're not willing to come to the table. It's really disappointing to see the first major strike in Redmont history, to my record, be going like this, where their only real demand is the removal of the secretary. So that, I think, is really unfortunate. I yield the rest of my time.
Right, for
Can I rebut to that by any chance?
sure, 45 seconds starts when you
All
speak.
right, so sorry, I sound kind of depressed. I think to Doja's point, I do agree in the sense of I believe that again the strike could be more organized and could be, more cohesive. But I think it's weird to say they don't have any demands and then immediately say they do have a demand, but it's the removal of dark. I think in everyone I've talked about to the strike, and I mean one of them even asked the question. I think people have made demands, and I think I do think it is again unfortunate it's not cohesive sometimes, but I think the way that Dark has not necessarily lashed out, but been unresponsive to some of them doesn't help the fact that they're trying to communicate their efforts.
Your
So
time
I yield my
has
time.
ended. I have to.
Could I
Unfortunately,
issue a
that
clarification to that?
45 seconds. I just have to side comment. I'm not depressed. I'm just tired. I just really want to sleep. This would
I
probably be the
understand. It must
last
be so late where
question
you
right
are.
now. It's 4 a.m. I haven't had a single wink of sleep. 45 seconds for clarification. Starts as soon as you speak.
All right. I'm sure that people personally have demands, Moy, but from what I've seen, they aren't coming to the table. The leadership needs to come to the table and talk to Dark. And when the only demand that you have is that you fire the person in charge, that isn't reasonable. There's no room for compromise there. Um, yeah, that's really all I have to say about the matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Alrighty, I think if there is no response, no clarifications and disputes, rebuttals. I'm so sorry. Repeal, I think, just to close it off. I'm sorry, I cannot continue with the other questions. I cannot continue with this debate any further. I honestly am tired. Grapefield juice. What are your thoughts regarding the current DPA secretary and the DPA strike? 1 minute and 30 starts when you speak.
All right. I question the, I guess, relevance of the question, but I'll answer it regardless. I don't get if people weren't willing to give Dark a chance. I get it, he's a new player. People are wary of his lack of experience. However, I still feel you should give him a fair opportunity to prove himself. Or them, I don't know the pronouns. I apologize in advance for getting the pronouns wrong. But they should have been given a fair chance like the last DPA secretary was given. And then, and as you see now, they're doing a good job, I feel. All the events that I've seen are going pretty smoothly, even despite the strikes. Now, in regards to the strikes, it's one of the most poorly constructed strikes I have ever had the unfortunate, I guess, ability to perceive it. It is such a shambles when it comes to what they're demanding that I wouldn't even call it a strike. It's like a temper tantrum than anything else. Like, genuinely, one of the most poorly put together strikes ever, I would say, in any kind of sim democracy that I've been able to witness. Genuinely. Like, can they just get to the table, come with actually good, requests, and get it sorted? Because Dark is good at their job. Let them stay. Change your demands to be more reasonable. I am then going to give up the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm
I
so
think
sorry.
that will
Can
be
I rebut to that?
okay. Sure. For 45 seconds starts when you speak.
And the only reason I bring this up is again, it's so interesting coming from WPR, the party of, what I would imagine to be like labor and unions and things like that. But then criticizing my problem is I've seen WPR nothing but slander the people on strike and the union, but they don't help or they don't offer to help. They just call their arguments incohesive and then leave it at that. I think, the RBP, like we've at least tried to listen to their demands and we've made, we've talked with them. I've journalized, I've done that, but I have not seen any WPR person actually be respectful to the unions besides calling them unorganized and leaving it at that. Like, come on, guys, if you're going to be the party of unions, like at least support one, even if it's against a candidate that you would normally support. That's my
I
only
will
thing.
have to cut you off of that. Thank you
Okay.
so much for that rebuttal. I think I have to stop the debate right here. I honestly need to sleep. Thank you so much for everyone who have attended for both the Senate and House of
Thank you for your
Thank you,
follow.
Representatives
Torton.
debates.
I won't
Thank
keep
you
you
so
long.
much
for
for the
having us
time.
here.
There are some questions that has been raised, but I cannot entertain them. Unfortunately, it's 4
Maybe
a.m.
I can
going
like
5. Also, yeah, we do need to
yeah,
rest
please
for
sleep.
all of us at TPA. So, thank you so much for your time. My name is Ben Jordan. This is TPA News. See you next time.
Yay.
Any project that we may have. For more news, visit news.tpa.demcraft.site. Thank you. Good night. Have a nice day, whenever you are. Goodbye.
Yes.
Bye bye.